Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good. I was going to say let's play some more Starcraft, but just one moment. Okay, now it should work. There we go. Apologize for this small technical issue problem. Right, we finished the Terran campaign last time. Let's go on to the Zerg campaign. Overmind. The swarms have crushed the meager human resistance and laid waste to 9 of the 13 Terran worlds. Shortly after the fall of the Terran capital world of Tarsonis, the main Protoss fleet abandoned the Terran sector. Now, efforts continue on Tarsonis to weed out the remaining Protoss forces. I wonder how long Tarsonis would have held out if we hadn't summoned the Zerg there in the first place. Among the ruins.
Awaken, my child, and embrace the glory that is your birthright. Know that I am the Overmind, the eternal will of the Swarm, and that you have been created to serve me. Behold that I shall set you amongst the greatest of my cerebrates, that you might benefit from their wisdom and experience. Yet your purpose is unique. While they carry forth my will to the innumerable broods, you have but one charge entrusted to your care. For I have found a creature that may yet become the greatest of my agents. Even now, it resides within a protective chrysalis, awaiting its rebirth into the swarm. You must watch over the chrysalis and ensure that no harm comes to the creature within it. Go now, and keep safe my prize.
Okay, we have our objectives, giant floaty eyeball and all. It's one thing I really like in StarCraft, that you're not just like you're kind of a character within the story as well. You'll see it a few times in the Terran campaign that Reyna and others directly address you, the player. They call you commander and all that. So it's like you actually have a presence in the whole situation. You're not just... You're not like playing as, say, Reyna organizing the forces or something like that. You're someone else. Which means that they can, like, take the story away from some of those important characters every now and then because you're off doing something else. I don't remember whether that's continued on in Starcraft 2 or not. It wasn't the case in Warcraft 3. In that, you were just sort of a guiding force for the forces led by the heroes, which were available to you at the time. Anyway, tutorial time. We're playing as Goopy Zerg. Probably the faction I played as the most. All Zerg buildings, except the hatchery and extractor, must be constructed on creep. Creep can be created by building a hatchery or a creep colony. Okay. Oh, that's not capitalized. Yeah, well.
The hatchery is the heart of any Zerg colony. It spontaneously generates larvae, which in turn are used to spawn your various warriors and minions.
Okay, we're getting...
Now,
Oh.
create a drone and start gathering resources.
Yes. We're getting taught by a blob. Dagoth, one of the other cerebrates. Also, here's the chrysalis, which we have to protect. This little thingy. And we have Zerglings. They're so cute. Oh. We have a lot of Zerglings.
Overlords provide control for your minions. As your forces grow in number, you must hatch more overlords to control them.
Yep.
You have enough minerals. Select a larva and mutate it into an overlord.
We'll get two. Fine, whatever. So the overlords, they are how we get more capacity. They're also detectors. And they sound like some kind of mutant elephant.
generate the various hive structures. The drones themselves mutate into these structures. Yet be careful. Never use your last drone to make a building.
Unless you have no other choice, and you need a hatchery. Otherwise, you're just gonna have a drone wandering around without anything to do. But it's kind of an awkward situation there. If you've only got one drone, and you've got just enough resources to get a hatchery, but then you can't produce a drone after you've built the hatchery, well, what do? You don't really have an answer to that. You can't deposit the resources anywhere, and you don't have enough resources to get any more. Oh well. Okay, let's build a spawning room. No, we will wait a moment. So yeah, the Zerg thing is, we get our troops from these little larvae. They mutate into the various other creatures, which we need.
Now, order your drone to become a spawning pool.
Yes, just a moment, Dagoth.
You'll notice that structures can
Dagoth, what?
Upon the
I never noticed that. I hadn't played Starcraft after I played Morrowind, really.
You can make creep colonies to extend the creep. Only a hatchery can be built upon open ground.
I guess in a way the refinery can too, but the refinery can only be placed on Vespene geysers, so it doesn't count really. Yes. Recruitment is restricted to how many larvae you have, and the hatchery only gets 3 of them. I believe in Starcraft 2 you actually have the ability through the queen to produce more larvae. That is not the case in Starcraft 1. You have to build more hatcheries if you want to get more troops created at once. Hello, welcome. How's it going, all? They make angry, weird noises when you click on them. Oh, damn it. The little larvae make different sounds as well. Or at least one. There we go. They just hiss. Evening's nice and cool. Was a horrid 34 Celsius earlier. Oh dear. Well, at least it's cooler. Your air conditioner's dripping water. Oh dear. I'd suggest having a shower if it gets too intolerable. Putting ice blocks in the refrigerator or something. It'd be like putting, like 3-liter containers of water in the fridge with ice cubes in it. So you always have a cool drink available. Yep, this is the first Zerg mission. It's 41.5 where you were. 34 sounds cool for you now. It's been cold here. It's been like 9. Nope, another one.
I'm a cerebrate of the Overmind. I have located a small band of Terrans who could threaten the Chrysalis and the Hive Cluster. You must not allow them to leave here alive. Okay.
Yeah, these cerebrates keep popping up and giving us orders. Oh, right, I don't have that. Get more drones. We want to upgrade the Zergling speed. They're pretty slow. They don't move faster on the creep. I don't remember if they do in Starcraft 2. You go down here and become an extractor. And we'll build an evolution chamber. And a hydraulic. I don't have enough gas. Terrans, Protoss, whoever I work for, I still get bossed around by someone. They're always working under someone. They trust me to go out on my own. Up in there. Evolution chamber is where you upgrade your infantry and units, like the engineering bay for the Terrans, melee attack, missile attacks, and carapace. Spawning pool. I can't remember whether it just provides this upgrade or whether it has another one. It might just have the one upgrade. Oh, hello. This is a Zergling attack speed upgrade. Oh, okay. So that's not included in metabolic boost. There's two separate ones. Right. Could actually check my manual for that. Let me see. I like the images. They have little pictures of the units in the manual, but they're very dark. Yes, metabolic boost and adrenal glands. Yep. Zerg buildings, we can't repair them, but since they're organic, and this holds true for every Zerg thing, they heal slowly over time. So he'll be bleeding, and then eventually it will heal back up to full health. Takes quite a while, though. We can upgrade Burrow. Let us put our units into the ground. Ourselves instead of the enemy. I don't believe they heal faster when they're buried. That might be a Starcraft thing, Starcraft 2 thing as well. Or it might be just making it up. If they don't, okay. For some reason I thought that might be a thing in Starcraft 2. Whoop. You have to be careful about attacking, what's it called? Fire bats. Oh, there's actually a full-on base up there. Only roaches and in the campaign. Right. I don't really remember StarCraft 2's Zerg changes. I remember Banelings, an upgrade to Zerglings. But, not much else. And built some Greek colonies around the place. Hey! No, you don't. No, my building! You're hurting it! While they're burrowed, they are invisible. They have to use a detector to see them. But they can't attack. Hydralist Den is how you are able to recruit Hydralists. And also upgrade them. Muscular augments to make them move faster, and grooved spines so they can shoot further. I really like how the hydralisks look in this game. They're a lot more snake-like. I think Starcraft 2 adds too many, like, spines and makes them less slimy looking. Ranged unit, and they're pretty tough too. It looks like they spit acid at the enemies, but they're shooting like spikes. The animation for it's kind of confusing. I think they've got like, you can see that they're like opening vents on the side of their frill to shoot spines out of. Had this discussion about them shooting spines and not acid.
Evolution complete.
It says needle spines. Get some more. You can't cancel the morph. I believe that will just kill the egg. You have to wait for another one to be created. They changed it from acid to spines after beta, just before release, but the animation stayed. Oh, okay. I mean, it kind of works for the spines. You don't see a projectile, but it's like a green splash. We've seen it. Yeah, see? I guess you can imagine it as like, I don't know, the liquid they're using to force it across the map. There we go. Okay, let's go and attack them.
Our forces are under attack.
The extra range for the and speed for the hydralist is really useful. They're kind of slow without it. The extra range helps a lot as well. No, we're just... Hey! Well... just like, we'll just borrow here. And wait for some more reinforcements to arrive. They can't see me and they don't have detectors. So, nah. I could build another hatchery, but eh. Zerg music's awesome. I do like sort of ambient droning stuff, which is and appropriately alien sounding. Upgrade the carapace. Oh. Right. You'll see also, we get 2 Zerglings for the price of 1. It's just as well. They're not very useful. Well, no, they're very useful. They do more damage. Let me just completely reverse what I said. They die easily, but huge hordes of Zerglings are very useful. It's good fun overwhelming enemy bases with just hordes and hordes of Zerglings. It's very appropriate too. Okay. Move up to here. They won't move while they're buried in the ground, so I can keep them as part of the group perfectly fine. Hey! Who's the one running down there? Get back here. The Overlords are kind of a load early on. I can't actually give them orders. They get upgrades later on to be more useful. Let's move away from all that noise. Do you have something else down here? Yeah, just Marines wandering around the forest. Oh no, there's another base. Okay, that looks like it's about it. No. Stop that. Did we win? Yay. Easy. Remnants of the Confederacy. Aggression. Confederate capital.
I am well pleased, young Cerebrit, and so long as my prize remains intact, I shall remain pleased. Thus its life and yours shall be made as one. As it prospers, so shall you, for you are part of the swarm. If ever your flesh should fail, that flesh shall be made anew. That is my covenant with all Cerebrits. Now you have grown strong enough to bear the rigors of warp travel with the swarm. Thus we shall make our exit from this blasted world and secure the chrysalis within the hive cluster upon the planet Char.
Remnants of the Protoss fleet still linger within this planet's orbit. They will attempt to block our exodus at every turn.
My brood shall aid you, Cerebrid, should you require assistance.
Okay. Bring the chrysalis to the beacon. Zerg hatchery can be upgraded to a lair and eventually a hive. Okay. Right. Yeah, we have to pick up the chrysalis with a drone. And we get these guys, hunter killers. They are a hero version of the colonists. And they're very good.
My minions as you will, Cerebrid. They will serve you unquestioningly. Go now, and bring swift wrath to all who would oppose the swarm.
And I've got a different portrait down here, a different angle. But they sound the same. They've got 2 armor, 160 health, and 20 for their needle spines, as opposed to 10. So they're twice as good. And they've got a neat red color. So apparently there will be Protoss around.
We require more minerals.
Oh, and we've got Mutalisks too. Which are weird because their tongue is like some kind of little lizard thingy. Pops out and flicks its tongue. If it stops interrupting the animation. It's so weird. See? Who knows what's going on with them? Zerg is just weird. There's a lot of backstory in the manual about, well, how all the factions came to be and all that, and Terran. A lot of wars on Earth. And through various, revolutions and all the, was it the Confederacy or was it another group? Anyway, the group rose to power and united Earth and sent off those sleeper ships all over the place. The Zerg. There was another species of aliens called the Zeldaga, which were messing around with genetically modifying other races. They found a race of like little worm parasite things or something, and they experimented with them and found that they were able to adapt and mutate other creatures which they were put into. Eventually they became the Zerg. After, I think the Zeldaga created the Overmind to guide them with a kind of hive mind. Or with a hive mind. A lot of the, well, pretty much all of the Zerg units are heavily mutated versions of different species which I've come across in the past. I think Zerglings were called something like a dune runner. The Hydralisks were some kind of peaceful herbivore creature. They're driven by a desire to perfect their form. Or the Overmind is driven by a desire to perfect its form so they don't have to mutate anymore. Two of them.
We require more minerals.
I really wish I had double-click selected. Really. That isn't an option I've overlooked in the settings, is it? No. There's still something in the base game. Right. Get that. Get two more. Go there.
Require more
Go
minerals.
there. Get an evolution den. No, I read something else also on the wiki. Is that apparently the units which hover, like the drones here, or SCVs, vulture bikes and so on, they don't actually set off spider mines. The unit has to be on the ground to set them off, which I didn't realize. I thought it was just any ground unit would set them off. I don't think I realized that the game recognizes the difference between a unit which is on foot and which is hovering. Just whether they're on the ground or whether they're in the air. That. There's also, I think there's also a lot more different types of attack than I originally realized. I don't know a lot about the intricacies of Starcraft. A lot of what I know is just from having played it. The manual doesn't go into really in depth in things. Hence why I was confused about the effects of EMP, because it just sort of says, you know, it disrupts electrical things. It's like, okay. Like what exactly? Like, I'm not gonna tell you. Yeah, normal, concussive, explosive. 3 types of attack. You see, I thought there was just like one. I knew there was like ranged and melee, but because I think fire bats are concussive, and then vultures are explosive. Because of their frag grenades, which makes them better against, like, small light infantry, but not useful against vehicles. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Bacillus. Concussive does 100% damage to small, 50% to medium, 25% to large. Explosive, 50% to small, 75% to medium, 100% to large. Buildings and shields, not 100% sure, are always large. Okay. So, yeah, it's like an aspect of the game which I didn't know of. But there was differences there. But now I do. Maybe I'll remember it, maybe not. Probably not. Oh yeah, and also, the Zerg hero units are more useful than the other factions because they heal. So these hunter-killers, you don't have to worry so much about them dying, also because, you know, they're not mission critical. But if they get injured, they will heal over time, so. Get close to dying, just take them out of combat. Let's see. Oh, I still don't have the speed. Okay, we'll get a spire. Put that there. Put a creek colony there.
We require more minerals.
And when we get enough, we'll put another one down. They might have range, flying units. Build a sunken colony, though. Put another one over here. Hey, leave that alone. That's the best use for Zerglings right there. You just shove them in front of the enemy to keep them in place while you range deal with them. Okay, we got the spire. This is where we can upgrade our flying units' attacks and armor. Yeah, we didn't actually see too much of the later Zerg units. You don't actually face the Zerg too often in the Terran campaign. Only really early on. And then, like, the later missions... The latest mission when they show up, you're not fighting them. So, you don't get to see a few of their units. Like, I think the latest one you see is, like, the Queen. And even then, it doesn't really... You don't really see what it does. Well, you see it slows down units and it can stick parasites in guys, but it can do more than that. You see mutalisks, but they do more things as well. Oh, I can't upgrade the overlords. Ah. Oh, it's that only on the hive. I thought it was on the lair. They might just not give me those upgrades. Overlords get a bunch of series of 3 upgrades, which make them more useful. It's increased speed, increased line of sight, I think, and the ability to transport units. So they're not so slow. Ugh. I guess we could scout with Scourgers. I'll get some Mutalisks. Oh, and I don't... It seems obvious, but Overlords don't have any attack. They got these big claws on the front, but they just float around. And they've got, like, big pincers on their face there, but... Like, their head is like this little thingy here. The rest of it's just like a big air sack. Zerg, not very worried about the size of their unit's brains. Bimbo Zerg. Please no. I was thinking, it's like how the Tyranids in Warhammer don't like a bunch of their units don't actually have digestive tracts. So they'll eat stuff, but they don't digest it. It's just in a sack until they get absorbed back into the into like a spawning pool or something. Because they're not there to eat. They're just there to kill. So I think that's wavered occasionally, because you learn there's some planets in Warhammer 40k which supposedly has feral Tyranids on it. And you'd think if they can't eat, they wouldn't live for very long, but... whatever. Inconsistencies in 40k? Perish a thought. Nope. Oh, they actually do have some flying units. We'll build some Scourge. I like how the Zerg unit's health is shown. It's like, I think I said it before, it's like a heat vision of the unit. You just sit there. Combat's going to be noisy. Head back here. Get a bunch more Zerglings. We got some Shrikes. But like little fly bat things. You get 2 of them with each spawning as well. They have 1 attack. They run into the enemy and explode. And they're pretty fast too, so I guess you could use them for scouting. I think there's a there's an effective way to run them into enemies, because they might kill each other if they're too close to each other, or like if multiples of them hit the same target, you'll overkill the target. So you have to sort of send them at something one at a time to get the most like damage out of them. Something like that, I think. I'm not going to be overly concerned about that, but... if it is even a thing. Okay, we got all that. Do we have any other buildings? We got the spire. Nope, that's it. Okay. How many have I got? Okay, so 2 more. And... two more of you. If I have enough overlords. Okay. There's a fair few dudes. Let's run off. Oh, hello. Go away. You're pestering my base again. You are. You even destroyed a sunken colony. Please don't.
All forces are under attack.
I need those. Okay. Got another area we can take over down here. Let me get a drone down here. Spore colonies, we know those. Anti-air, pretty good. They got a fast attack speed. They're also a detector. I guess they're pretty much like a missile tower. I don't actually know whether they deal more damage than a missile tower or not. 15. I think that's the same. Hey, you made it. Turn into a hatchery, please. While the building's being constructed, being grown, you can cancel it, and you will get the drone back. It's not like canceling the larvae spawning, where you just lose the larvae. Maybe decide, no, you don't want that building there. Cancel it and start somewhere. Try it somewhere else. Another thing with the hydralisks is it looks like their eye is this bit here, this like pale skin colored bit on the side, but their head is actually this little bit down on the end there. Again, with the they got very small heads. Zerglings have got 6 limbs. They've got like big back legs, little front legs, and then these big claws coming out of their coming out of the top of them. I always imagine them looking quite skinny and gaunt, but I think artwork tends to have them looking a bit chubbier. Oh, there's nothing over there. Okay. No, hold. You guys, I want to stay up here. Between their greater DPS and HP, they're a much bigger threat than missile towers. Do they have more HP too? They do have 400. I wasn't sure what the missile towers had. You can become an extractor. And you start collecting resources. Oh, right on cue. Right. Upgrading your hatchery to a lair and to a hive does increase the amount of health it's got. So it could be useful if you want it to be able to resist attacks more. I like how the lair looks. I think I like how it looks more than I do the hive. It's got these big sort of, I don't know, tentacle growth things around the sides. Hive changes color quite a bit. Spore colony does a bit less damage, but has twice HP. The missile towers do 20. But they have 200 health. Right. Okay. And they'd also have a little bit more than that because they would heal very slowly while they're being attacked. I guess that could mean that they could survive like an extra volley or two from like a lone marine. Missile turret has the advantage of being repairable. That is true, yeah. You'd have to wait for the spore colony to heal up again.
Evolution complete. Evolution complete.
Let's see. Yeah, 5 plus 2 damage. Plus 1. Not doubling the amount of damage they deal, but yeah, so over half of their damage again. Even better when we get that increase their attack speed upgrade. Oh. Well, I should use you. Actually, no, I'm going to keep you here. I know I'm indecisive about them, but I want to keep them over here in case my base gets attacked while I'm out. No. Ugh. I keep going to them thinking that they're my mutalisks. Mutalisks are under 4. Anything up here? No. Okay. Is there not any enemies left? I guess not. That was actually all that I needed to do for the level. You sure? What there's not like a base over here. Nope. Okay, well. You. Go pick that up. Drone's not letting that Hydralisk pass. Or hunter-killer.
Evolution complete. Evolution complete.
Prepare yourself, Cerebrit. Your first jump through warp space could be unsettling.
It might turn your stomach. Your all stomach. Okay. With the Protoss forces beaten and scattered, the Overmind has withdrawn the swarms to the remote ash world of Char. The new Dominion, primary hive cluster, planet Char.
Behold the power of that which is yet unborn. For the swirling images that flow forth from the chrysalis are only a shadow of the sleeper's true power.
The psionic emanations of the chrysalis have reached out into the depths of space and lured our enemies to us. Even now, we are aware of their plans.
All squadrons close formation. Scan for hostiles. Emperor Arcturus believes that there's Zerg out here, so it's our job to flush them out. I don't want any slip-ups this time. We'll show these critters that they can't run from the truth.
Engage the Terran forces with care. Your priority is to protect the chrysalis at all costs.
Okay. Zerg overlords can be upgraded to carry units at the lair or hive. Once upgraded, you can use them as transports by selecting a group of units and right-clicking on an overlord. Okay, different spot. There's the chrysalis. We can't move it around anymore, it's too big. Don't have those nice hunter-killers with us anymore, unfortunately. Completely different world terrain, though. We got these Ragnasaurs. You wonder what on earth could be inside the crystals. It can't be anything important or story, but the story is line in long term. Oh yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's just something we found.
We require more minerals.
They were handing them out. It was like a 2-for-1 sale. Fell off the cat of a battle cruiser. Or a cattle cruiser. I want to create another hatchery. Yeah, we'll stick you there. Obviously, the chrysalis is alive, and if crystals are alive, and they'll eventually eat us all. That's why we're going to collect them. If you make chrysalis, yeah, why are we protecting it? Maybe we should kill it ourselves, just to be sure. I could attack it. It's not invincible. I think there's been slip-ups. It might have been a slip, and it may have in fact been up. Oh, hello. Ragnasaurs come to visit. Stop hiding. There we go. That dealt with that. Kaboom. You can use those neutral critters to breed some parasite units, at least in Starcraft 2. I believe you can do that in Starcraft 1 as well, but I don't know whether we have the ability to do that right now. Yeah, these ramps are annoying for the Zerg. You can't really... I don't think you can get your creep up it. I think you can in StarCraft 2, but I don't think in StarCraft 1. Unless I'm remembering incorrectly. And it won't, like, appear up here. It has to be connected. So if we won't go up the slope, then, like, we can't really get up here. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's the case. Oh well. They can shoot up here, the sunken colonies. If they can see the target and it's within range, they can hit it. It's just... We'd have to like build a hatchery up here. Nope, nope, nope.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, you hop on there. You just hang around until that's done.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Oh, I clicked when I had 100. Okay, whatever. I make it an annoyed sound too. It's not even bothered. I'm already pestering it. Okay, there's another ramp there. Lava everywhere. There we go. I have time, I can click annoy and independent crit for like 30 seconds. I did that just before. They go kablooey. It doesn't deal any damage. That's the effect of a nuke. Unlike in well, Warcraft 2, they just explode. They just go. They explode. Or they just die. In Warcraft 3, I don't think I actually showed it off in that, but they explode with like a little nuke effect as well. Bit of a wasteful attack. Yeah, whatever. I'm not overly concerned. I think we've got enough resources here, and there's some more up there I can now get. It's a swarm! We have to swarm them. Would have gone better if I had... No! Run away! I'll use some more better tactics against that lot. Sit still! Get back here when I'm tearing you to shreds. They're attacking from the other direction. They're being sneaky. Yeah, let's build a base up here. There we go.
Evolution complete.
As is being said, as Ariara is saying, we can, it will give us a better overview of the area. It's like a weird, different color for the center there. I wonder why that's the case. Yeah, well, whatever. And we'll also get bonuses from attacking from up on top, from attacking from the hilltop. Let me make another save.
We require more minerals.
Not enough. Want more Zerglings? Give me the minerals. No, one of you. One of you. There we go. Burrow into the lava. It's nice and warm. Let's have a look. Nope. Siege tank. We should get
Spawn more overlords.
an overlord. But no, we should get a spire. Yeah, right, that's the other awkward thing. The creep doesn't go over all terrain. It only goes over this, like, perfectly flat terrain. Anything which has these cracks in it, the lava, no, doesn't go over that. These, nope. Doesn't grow near these slopes as well, on the top either, so you can't put, like, a creep colony right next to it like you would be able to as the Terrans. You have to put it back a bit. It's a pain. And because it's not connected, like, you know, Terran could put, like, a turret here. I can't do that. Oh well. I could put like a creep colony there. That might be able to attack down there. But also, yeah. You put spore colony. Would it be in the way of the workers? I think it'd be fine. I could put one there. I would like if there was a little visual to tell me when a building's researching. Terran have that. The building has lights flashing on it. But the Zerg, you don't get anything, I don't think. They just pulsate the whole time.
Evolution complete.
whole creep idea, the amount of resources it would actually require would be quite high, considering it's basically living organism that connects all buildings in Zerg base to one large living thing. Yeah, and it's described as being like a thick carpet. In game here, it looks quite, well, to me it looks quite thin, but I think there's some like in-game renders. There's like one of a space station, and you can see creep on it. It's like really thick carpet growing on top of it. Nope. Stupid siege tanks. No. I guess the idea is like, I don't know actually. Mycelium for a fungal colony? It just permeates the terrain and gets nutrients from it, but it's a lot less complicated. It wouldn't have to worry about like providing nutrients for buildings and all that, so.
Forces are under attack.
Oh? Oh yeah, do we have the upgrades for our overlords? We do.
Forces are under attack.
Now, let's see. I could send my mutalisks to deal with the missile towers. They don't have that much health. Probably lose some in the process, but I don't think they'd rebuild them. It'd be easy just to get rid of them with my ground forces.
Our forces are under attack.
The occasional Marine. You got dudes to attack over here. Retreat.
Our forces are under attack.
Didn't have enough Zerglings, obviously. Enough mutalisks and I can overwhelm it. Yeah, it's true. Like, individually, the mutalisks don't deal that much damage, but a whole lot of them. I guess just like anything, really, but... the way their bullets bounce between targets. Also helps a lot. I got an uneven number of them? Okay. Maybe one of them Whatever.
Evolution complete.
Also important to note the dreaded limitation of the siege tanks. They have a minimum range. So they can't shoot Zerglings right next to them. They can shoot Zerglings right next to other tanks though. And they'll do so gleefully, destroying all of your tanks if they're too spread apart. Hey! I said no! Oh yeah, and only minimum range when they're in siege mode. When they're not in siege mode, yeah, they can shoot the things right next to them anyway. All the time. Okay, missiles, some wraiths, mostly marines.
Spawn more overlords.
Okay. Oh, it does actually jump. Or is it because it went that way? Yeah, I think it's because it went that way. Yeah. It didn't jump across that. It went around. Never mind. We'll upgrade pneumatized carapace so they can move faster. Before we got the ventral sacks, I think, which allows them to transport units. I believe they can carry as many as the drop ships, so 8 small ones, 4 medium ones, or 2 big units. Or, you know, a combination of them. The other upgrade is like enhanced sensor feelers or something like that, which will give them a longer range, which is useful for scouting and detecting. Usually go for detection and speed as first upgrades for overlords. Yeah, usually I would go for speed first, because it helps them get out of danger. And then I'd go for, I don't know, probably transport, because I find that's useful. It depends, really. The enemy have got, like, invisible units early on. The detecting could be useful. We'll get some more mutalisks.
Evolution complete.
No, my guys. Okay. Let's go and see what we can do about these turrets over here. Joke's on you, your attack only hits one thing at a time. We have taken some casualties. I'll go get some more. I still have that second geyser untapped at the expansion base. No, this is not... This isn't really one. It's just terrain. It's a fake geyser. There's no gas coming from it. It's just, like... a terrain doodad. Okay, some more. Hello. You got caught up on the building, dude. Yes, you did. Good job. so many tanks. Get rid of them. I know they're effective, but geez. They do like deploying them in siege mode, even when it's maybe not the best option. Rally point. Go. If they had more Marines, they would have been more effective. Yeah, it's true. The Marines at least would have been able to attack my air units. Tanks can't do much against them.
Cerebrate, do not pursue them.
Cerebrate, you must stay and relocate the chrysalis to a more secure location. Dagoth shall deal with the remaining Terran forces.
Okay. I wonder if Zard's here is named after Victor Zard from Batman. It could just be you. I haven't heard it outside of Batman, so as a name. Ew. What's it mean? Agent of the Spawn. Primary hive cluster, planet char.
Cerebrate, be warned. While Dagoth is occupied with the forces of the Dominion, the emanations of the chrysalis have called even more of our enemies to Char.
These too shall be eradicated by your hand, Cerebrate. For you grow more cunning with each passing battle. Indeed, you are a testament to my will and the fury of the Swarm. Yet first must you stay your wrath and watch over the chrysalis a while longer. For the very hour of the Sleeper's rebirth is at hand, and soon my greatest creation shall be loosed.
Okay. Everyone's so supportive. Zerg Queens have the ability to infest a severely damaged Terran command center. Once infested, the command center is now a Zerg structure, capable of building infested Terrans that explode when attacking. Okay. I'm going to save, and I'm going to have a short break, so I'll be back in a moment. And we'll continue with this. Okay, we're back. Right. Put you on there, put you on there. Get another overlord. Oh.
Alright. All crews stay frosty and keep your eyes peeled for our target. Remember, not only are we up against the Zerg here, but our old pal General Duke may be creeping around too. Let's hope this trip wasn't a big mistake.
What's Raynor up to? Hey, we got the Zerg Queens. We really need to build up our base. We have to hold off for 10 minutes. No time for sightseeing, really. The Queens had Parasite, which we know, infest Terran Command Center, which we haven't. Have we seen that? I think we did see that in one of the early Terran missions. Maybe the second one? Yeah, but it didn't actually do anything at the time. It was just like, oh man, what have they done to that command center? And then you killed it. It also gets Spawn Broodlings, which is a pretty nasty ability. And also Ensnare, which we know, it's goop. Spit goop on the enemy, it slows them down.
You require more minerals.
And removes stealth. Oh yes, that's true. You can use it on stealth units and it reveals them. Spawn Broodlings is really nice because it's an instant kill against a ground unit which is organic or has something organic in it. So you can use it on a Marine, Firebat, Ghost, or a Siege tank, or a Goliath, and it just kills the unit and spawns 2 Broodlings, which they don't have much health, but yeah, they're tougher than they look, and they mess up the enemy's tactics because they got enemies amongst all their guys. Right, I want to get that. Queens in Starcraft 2 have more utility. You can attach them to your hatchery and they help grow more larvae, but not in this. They don't have any attack either. Apparently in the beta they were supposed to have a acid spin attack, but not here. The only way they have to defend themselves is Spawn Broodlings. Oh yeah, there's something else in Starcraft 2. Overlords have the ability to like drench an area in creep. They don't have that here. Heading off to Benkovitz. Well, thank you for joining. I hope you have a good rest. get a hydralisk den. Right, when one of those dropships come by, I should use a parasite on it so I can see where it goes. It can do my scouting for me. That would be the real clever gameplay. Clever tactics. You can use parasite on these guys as well. Though they just wander around aimlessly, so they may be not very useful for exploring. Guess I could go find one. Hello? Got a dropship around here somewhere? Oh, there's one. As long as you don't destroy it. There we go. Used it from a fair distance. Now let's get some more hydralisks. And we'll upgrade the Zerg layer. Need an evolution chamber. Let's get that. Oh, yeah, well. Yeah. And since this is Starcraft base, they have no medics to remove parasites, so it's just a permanent explorer for me. You know, until it, like, dies. It's useful to tell when they're coming to attack me. Or where there's resources. There's another one. Another two. That's also something different in StarCraft from Warcraft 3. There's no cooldown on abilities. You can use them as many times as you have enough power to use them. So you can use, like, Parasite one after the other.
Do not allow any Terrans near it.
Ten seconds. An attack coming from the north, I think.
Arise, my daughter. Arise, Kerrigan.
By your will, Father, I live to serve. Let all who oppose the Overmind feel the wrath of the Swarm.
Well done, Cerebrit. What I have wrought this day shall be the undoing of my enemies. Let not a Terran survive.
Mother of God. Kerrigan, what have they done to you?
Okay. Hey, it's Kerrigan. She's back. She's never looked better. Feel reveal will be underwhelming. It's a bit grumpier. So yeah, infested Kerrigan. She has 2 armor, 400 hit points, 250 power, 50 damage. She's a melee unit.
Yes, Starcraft.
She's a pretty powerful hero unit. She also has some other abilities. Consume, which we haven't seen another unit has that as well. That allows her to devour a friendly Zerg unit, and she'll get power based off of their number of hit points. She's got Cloak and Ensnare, and also a free space, which she'll fill in later. She's pretty powerful.
All right. I'm listening. I'm listening.
And the best thing is, since she's Zerg, she heals over time.
You begin to annoy me, servant. But don't think that I need you. Should you become a nuisance, I'll kill you myself. What is it now?
Okay. Oh, there's some more crystals up there. Right, let's actually start attacking the enemy. What have we got? Machine building there. Machine building there. Okay. Infest or destroy Raiders Command Center. Okay. We have to destroy them. We don't have to get rid of all of their forces, but yeah. We'll see. She's not invincible. Do have to watch out, especially if there's sudden surprise siege tanks.
Yes, Cerebrate? All right.
No. Just destroyed the things which are scouting for me. Yeah, well, whatever. There's still one down here. They'll build others. We could take over this one and infest this command center, and then see the other units that way. The infested Terrans. They're fun.
Evolution complete.
We've upgraded speed. Look at how fast they go. I thought they went faster than that, actually. We did upgrade speed, didn't we? Eh, whatever. Right, I want the spire. Stick one over there. And we'll build a queen's nest over here as well. Oh, you can group friendly units with instead. I didn't think you could. Huh. That's annoying. Oh well.
On my way.
Okay, what have they got there? Well, nothing a bunch of mutalisks wouldn't be able to solve.
Evolution complete.
Haven't even got the best thing about mutalisks yet. The one which really makes dealing with enemy bases very easy. No, hang on. You research that. You research that.
Yes, Cerebrate?
No, we need more overlords. Okay. Is there a base down here?
Evolution complete.
Yes, there is. Oh, hello. We got Wraiths.
Evolution complete.
Come on.
I'm listening.
No, I want... Thank you. Wow, you escaped. No, you did. I was gonna say, you escaped with 1 hit point. But no.
Vespine gas.
It can be a bit of a chore playing as the Zerg, trying to keep your field of view free of all your units. Especially with all the overlords. You have to sort of put them in places where they're useful, but they're not in the way. So they're not covering up like buildings you want to click on or units you want to select. Putting them around the perimeter or areas like that and so on. It can get rather crowded. Using control groups helps with that quite a bit.
Yes, celebrate.
But you can just swap between them so quickly. You still have to remember to add units to the control groups. Okay, go over there. We need more Vespine gas more than crystals. There's an alright amount of resources there. Okay, let's save. Send you off down over here. Ah. I got some wraiths chasing me? I do. Nah. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have chased me. You're a fool. Okay, so... Yeah, you see the hydralisks take up 2 slots each. Zerglings take up 1. Which means... one overlord can hold 4 larvae's worth. Math. Can we get the spawn broodlings? That will help. Okay. Should we say Kerrigan over there? We can make her invisible.
Yes, Senator.
They do have detectors around. She's pretty powerful. She can heal.
What is it now? Yes, Senator.
She's only a small unit.
Spawn more overlords. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. Will require more Vespine gas.
They're just like flying those things through my base, aren't they? Okay. Well, we've got a few Zerglings packed up in Overlords. Go over here. No. Arrogant. He ran off. That's exactly what I was worried about. Okay, now, to get an infested command center, you have to apply damage to the building until it is a golden brown, and then your queen will decide to hop inside of it. Or you can tell them to. I think it has to be down to like... There we go. Oh, they're attacking my base. Okay, Garrigan got a little injured in that. I was a bit worried. There we go. We have an infested command center. We'll go land it over here. Even though it's got a massive growth on it, it can still fly perfectly fine. Go and attack that. It is slow though, just as slow as they are for the Terrans.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Looks like there's some more. There's still some crystals and such around here. Yeah, that's depleted, but. This one.
Our forces are under attack.
No! This is my base. What are you doing? Get out of here. Leave my drones alone. Go find your own resources.
Our forces are under attack.
Well, I created Zerglings instead of what I meant to. Oh well. I wanted to create some drones. Okay, go over here. You can get rid of these missile towers. Okay. I wanted you to become a Greek colony. So, infested command center. Hold on, I'm being attacked. There's a little parasite. Hang on, they're attacking my base. Again?
I'm listening.
The little broodlings. You get 2 of them. Deal 4 plus whatever other bonuses you've got. They've got 30 hit points. And they've got 180 energy to start with. And that slowly drains to 0. When it gets to 0, it dies.
Our forces are under attack.
Actually, killed all of my drones here. How rude. Right. I'm not going to be interrupted again. Actually send you down here.
What is it now?
This. Infested Terrans. 100 minerals and 50 Vespene calves. We bought a bunch of them. They're fun. Kind of a bit awkward to get most of the time. And you can only get them when you're playing against Terrans, obviously, but they're pretty effective.
Our forces are under attack.
There we go. There he is. Sounds a bit different.
Prepare to die. Sacrifice me.
I really like how they look at the little portrait down there.
Let me serve. Sacrifice me. I am wretched, but I am strong. I am the future. I am Zerg.
So they get the carapace upgrades, 60 hit points. They do regenerate, but their big thing is that they suicide. So they deal 500 damage.
For the swarm.
And they can burrow.
Yes. Prepare to die. Immediately.
Put the bunch into the Overlord and drop them off, and just let them blow their way through an enemy base, or at least a bit of it. Now again, since they're kind of difficult to get, it's sort of by the time you'd be able to get them, you'd probably be able to deal with the enemy anyway, because you have to get a command center and nearly destroy it. So, unless they have like a little outpost you can get one from.
Live for the swarm.
Five. There.
Live for the swarm. Prepare to die. Sacrifice me immediately.
I kind of wish you were able to get different units from other Terran buildings, and maybe even get things like that from the Protoss buildings, but yeah, oh well. My face! Ugh. So rude. Okay, where is a... Oh, there we go. You lot. Hop inside the Overlord. And we'll drop you off and you can go have fun. Hello. There's a siege tank.
Prepare to die.
Go get that.
Yes.
Charge. I said charge. Boom.
Immediately. Gladly. For the overmind.
Boom. There's probably better targets to use them against. Let's go deal with this down here.
Yes.
What is that pathing?
Immediately.
Boom. Ah! Boom. No.
Sarah, is that really you?
To an extent. I'm far more than I once was, Jim. You shouldn't have come here.
But the dreams. I dreamed you were still alive, that somehow you were calling to me.
I was. While I was in the chrysalis, I instinctively reached out to you and Arcturus telepathically. Apparently, Arcturus sent Duke here to reclaim me. But that was then, Jim. I'm one of the Zerg now, and I like what I am. You can't imagine how this feels.
So, what? Are you gonna kill me now, darling?
That is certainly within my power. But you're not a threat to me, Jim. Be smart. Leave here now, and never seek to confront the Zerg again.
Doesn't look like I have much choice.
Okay. Former colonial militia. I believe that's supposed to be... That might actually supposed to be you, the person you're playing as in the Terran campaign. Maybe. It makes sense. Kerrigan, the newest and most powerful agent of the Overmind, has arisen from her embryonic chrysalis, but her formidable powers are still not fully functional. Kerrigan must now seek to unravel the ghost conditioning that keeps her powers in check. Once done, she will lead the Overmind's minions to complete domination over the unsuspecting Protoss. The Armigo? Amerigo?
Cerebrate, you watched over me during my incubation, and I am grateful to you. It is my wish that you continue your vigil, so that I might strengthen my powers to better aid the Swarm. I have been unable to access the totality of my latent powers, and as such, I would like to infiltrate a Terran science vessel and uncover the secrets of their abandoned ghost projects. If I can learn more about their mental conditioning, I can undo the damage their tinkering scientists have done to my mind.
Though you be the favored servant of the Overmind, you would do well to remember that you are just a servant. You know of our grand mission, Kerrigan. Would you put your personal whims before the will of the Overmind?
Do not cross me, Zaz. I will do as I see fit, and not you or any other Cerebrate shall stand in my way.
Let her go, Zaz. The greatness of her spirit has been left to her, that the swarms might benefit from her fierce example. Fear not her designs, for she is bound to me as intimately as any Cerebrate. Truly, no Zerg can stray from my will, for all that you are lies wholly within me. Kerrigan is free to do as she desires.
By your will, Overmind. Cerebrate, you must see that she comes to no harm.
Okay. So yeah, a big reason why the Zerg came to attack the Protoss, and also why they were being lured by the psi emitters, is because they're looking for psionic powers to, or those with psionic powers to integrate into the Zerg, because they don't have such themselves. They were going to do that with the Protoss, but then hey, how lucky the humans have developed psychic powers on their trip over to the sector. So the ghosts are a good second alternative.
Cerebrate, take these, the deadliest of my minions. They shall aid you in your search.
Okay.
What is it now?
Oh, I thought we would actually be able to borrow Kerrigan, but no. So we've actually got all three armor and melee upgrades. And ranged upgrades, nice.
I'm listening.
Still got the same abilities. There's some more Zerglings out here, and a lot of dead Marines.
A bold move. Yes, Cerebrate. A bold move.
And Marines.
I'm listening.
I don't remember if there's like hero versions of Zerglings.
My way.
Unauthorized entry detected.
Might not be available in the campaign.
All right. All right. Yes, Cerebrate.
Go sneaky, sneaky. There was a ghost over here.
Bold move. All right. On my way.
Hello.
All right.
Slash.
We got company.
A bold move.
Do 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 do.
On my way. Bold move. On my way. Bold move.
One hit kills. Very good.
Yes, Cerebrate.
Anything else over here?
On my way.
Security cameras activated.
Now, supercomputer located in Sector 6. Down here. There's a lot of ghosts.
Yes, Cerebrate. On my way. A bold move.
Uh-oh. Goodbye.
Right. A bold move. A bold move.
Okay, there's a vulture down there.
A bold move. All right.
Go and take that out.
Cerebrate?
There we go.
All right. Yes, Cerebrate?
Oh,
What is it
hello.
now? Bold move.
No.
What is it now? On my way. All right.
I want you to sit over there.
A bold move. All right. On my way. A bold move.
No, leave me alone.
On my way. What is it now?
And again, we've got one of those. Well, we've seen them before in the Terran campaign. Those missions in Blizzard
On my way.
strategy games where you're going through a dungeon type deal. Unlike Warcraft 3, no items to pick up or levels to gain or anything like that.
What is it now?
Still more complicated than the ones in Warcraft 2, but not as complicated as in Warcraft 3. I like that they continued to expand on these. They made for a nice break between the
A bold move.
you know, base construction levels.
Yes, Cerebrate? All right. A bold move. What is it now? Yes, Cerebrate? What is it now?
Get back here.
A bold
I said get back here.
my way.
Okay, so how would I get up there to where those ghosts are? Might be able to bring you down here now?
Our forces are under attack.
Let me see if I can, like, shoot some of these. Kind of. Man, their shots miss occasionally because they're firing uphill.
What is it now?
Okay, what's through the door?
All right. All right. On my way.
An SCV. It's just sitting there.
On my way. A bold move. On my way.
They must have seen other cases of people being infested by the Zerg.
All right. On my way. All right. A bold move. On my way. All right. On my way. All right. A bold move. On my way.
No, by circling.
All right.
I need those.
On my way. A bold move. A bold
Ah,
yes.
these floor
Cerebrate.
turrets.
All right. All right. move. On my way.
Okay, hey,
See? They ain't so tough. These critters bleed just like anybody else.
not my Zerglings.
I'm listening. All right. What is it now?
I like how the Zerglings can just burrow through solid, like metal.
Bold move.
It's locked.
Bold move. All right. On my way.
Hey, do one of you have a key card?
Bold move.
No. Over here.
On my way.
Yeah, there it is.
All right. Yes, celebrate. On my way. A bold move. On my way.
There we go. We opened the doors. I think these ones opened as well, so all those critters will get loose. Yep.
What is it now? I'm listening. A bold move.
Okay, what's over here?
All right, let's wax these critters.
Yes, celebrate. What is it now? All right.
Oh, my Zerglings all died again. Oh well.
Yes, celebrate. All right. Yes, celebrate. A bold move. On my way.
Maybe some more down here? Nope. Door's locked.
All right. A bold move. I'm listening. On my way. All right. On my way.
Hello, hello.
All right. A bold move. On my way. Bold move. On my way. Bold move. On my way. All right. On my way. A bold move. Yes, celebrate.
Another way to open that? Over here, perhaps?
A bold move. On my way. I'm listening. On my way. A bold move.
You'll never make it out of here alive, bitch.
Right.
How can you see me?
On my way.
Is there a detector around here?
A bold move. On my way. A bold move.
Ah, these things are detectors.
On my way.
Uh-oh. Where'd you go?
Right. On my way. A bold move.
we'll try this one. You have unlocked all doors.
Move.
What about this one?
Security cameras activated.
A teleporter located in Sector 5. Ah, okay, through the locked door. Well, there's there.
All right.
I wonder what's back there.
A bold move.
Oh, have a look. I wonder if they kept the high-res models which they made for these. I assume they're a 3D model. Probably would it would have just been like the head, but
Yes, Cerebrate. A bold move.
she ends up looking quite a lot different from her little portrait down there in Starcraft 2. It's got all these like spikes coming out of her hair. I think in the end it's still got spikes, but they're more like slick back style. The skin's got all these little like lines and marks on it. I think later on it ends up being a lot smoother looking. A lot smoother looking.
All right.
Used to be more punk back in the day. It does rather look like that.
All right. A bold move. On my way.
There's no other doors around there.
All right.
So we'll just head back here. There was nothing in that door at all. Great.
I'm listening. A bold move. On my way. A bold move.
There was that missile turret up there. You go
I'm
first.
listening. A bold move. All right.
There we go. Go over here.
A bold move. On my way. All right. On my way. All right. All right.
Doesn't look like there's anything else up here.
A bold move.
Hello.
All right. On my way. A bold move.
Teleportation field activated.
A bold move. A bold move. All right. A bold move. All right.
Wish they'd cloak. The ghosts? I'm glad they don't, because I don't have a detector.
A bold move. All right.
So I could use ensnare. Oh yeah, I could see that. Well, yeah, maybe. I'd have to... If you've been using Kerrigan's cloak, you might have to wait for, like, your power to regenerate back. Though that would be a good way to teach the player that you can actually do that.
What is it now?
Okay.
A bold move.
Your mission, which you have no choice but to accept. Is to try and not die.
A bold move. My way.
Maybe could have gone a little bit better, but she's not dead, so it's a pass. It's a win.
A bold move.
Win in Michael.
Cerebrate.
Here's a supercomputer. You can tell because of all the CRTs.
Cerebrate.
It's a
I
crate.
located the records I sought. We have everything we need here.
We got a little data disk, which had its own little animation down there of a CD popping out of a drive. It looks like a big fat floppy disk too. It's like a CD drive built into a really thick floppy disk. Now there's an idea for a retro device for people to make. Or to really mess with people, you make what looks like a CD drive, but it just accepts 5 1/4 floppy disks. This thing says DVD on it. Why can't it read DVDs? Dominion Science Festival, Amerigo, Special Demolition Squad.
Thank God for cold fusion.
Hey, are we really gonna blow this place?
Only if we see a Zerg.
Yeah, got your Zerg right here.
Yeah, that's a good cinematic.
Do you feel that, Cerebrate? The Protoss are here, on Char. They have been for some time, hiding. Protoss Commander, it was folly of you to come here, for I am Kerrigan, and I am Queen of the Zerg.
I know of you well, O Queen of the Zerg, for we have met before. I am Tassadar of the Templar. I remember your selfless exploits, defending humanity from the Zerg. Unfortunate it is to see that one who was once so honorable and full of life would succumb to the twisted wiles of the Overmind.
Do not presume to judge me, Templar. You'll find my powers to be more than a match for yours. In fact, I sense that your vaunted power has diminished since last we met.
Mayhap, O Queen. Or is it only that I need not flaunt my power in such an infantile test of will?
Foolish Templar. Prepare your defenses. I will come for you soon.
I don't know about that. They talk about knowing each other, but I mean, it's not a mission where you meet Tassadar before. But that cinematic, it's a good one. Faces have aged horribly. Alien's so popular right now. Anyway. Tassadar has observers all over. It's true. I'm just wondering whether there was something mentioned about it in the manual or not. I don't know. Exterminate the Protoss intruders. Kerrigan must survive. Get used to seeing that. We're going to be seeing that basically every mission. Okay. Zerg Mutalisks can be transformed into a unit called the Guardian. Once a spire is upgraded into a greater spire, all Mutalisks automatically gain the ability to transform into Guardians.
Kerrigan, I sense something strange about this Templar. Perhaps you should reconsider your attack.
For the last time, Zaz, you question my motives and authority at your own peril.
You dare threaten a Cerebrate? You'll be the doom of us all.
Okay. We have Guardians. They have weird fingers on their mouth. And they have bad throat. These are the things I was mentioning that Mutalisks could make destroying a base even easier. These are basically long-range bombers. They're pretty tough. Tougher than the Mutalisks. And they have Ash's Spore, which is very good against buildings. And they've got a lot of range. Did I say that? Sorry. We've actually seen them in a number of the cinematics. The Zerg units in the cinematics look, well, the larger ones, you see some of the overlords in them, and they got like their tentacles weirdly splayed out. Well, as you saw with that ghost space, there's only so much they could do with the technology at the time. Though Blizzard always did make really good cinematics in their games. Diablo has good cinematics. Diablo 2 has fantastic cinematics. They did a pretty good job for the faces overall. Let's see. Okay, so there is a... Oh, there. Set the remastered Warcraft 3. I have not seen those cinematics, so I wouldn't really know. I have only played the original version. I remember people not really liking the reforged version.
Is it now? I'm listening.
And I think... Did they redo the actual cinematics as well? I guess they would have had to, because the resolution of the original ones would have been quite small. I know they... I think they reanimated a bunch of the in-game cinematics, and they have more, like, movement in those. I should have a look at them. I don't own it. Don't know whether I'd buy it. I think fans would be working on it to make it better than the original release. I play Starcraft 2. I'm undecided. I own Wings of Liberty, and at some point in the past, Blizzard gave Heart of the Swarm for free, so I own that. But I don't have Legacy of the Void. And I've only completed the Wings of Liberty campaign. I haven't finished the campaigns for the other parts of it. So... anything past Wings of Liberty would be new to me, but I would have heard, like, plot points in the past.
Require more minerals.
For my shoddy memory, I can't really remember specifics. Maybe. I remember the campaign for Wings of Liberty being pretty good. There was a lot of custom units and, things like that. Whether that holds on into the, other two parts. I think there was comments last time. It might have even been you making them, saying that the missions in the other expansions might not have been too good. Wings of Liberty is the best, the rest is soapy but still worth playing? Oh, okay. See, the thing is, I said before, like, Blizzard did this thing where they wanted to release StarCraft 2 in 3 parts. So, like, they could put more time and effort into each of the campaigns. But, like, it took so long between Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm and then Legacy of the Void to come out that I just lost interest. Because I wasn't going to play through Wings of Liberty again when the next expansion came out. So, I moved on to other games. those other things, like how the game was more geared towards like getting you playing in like an eSports, worrying about like your effectiveness of your actions in the first 5 minutes of the game and so on, that put me off. The lack of asymmetrical skirmish maps. Oh, I've already got one of those. Because they're all symmetrical, so that they're competitive. And fair for competitive play, but I like asymmetrical maps because they're more interesting to explore.
We require more minerals.
Anyway. Yeah, I should put one of them. Oh, sorry. One of you on that. That's a spire. Get more drones. But story-wise, in Wings of Liberty, I guess it's like, I liked how they were telling the story in it. There are bits of it which I didn't really like. And it's more to do with Blizzard making previous villains more sympathetic and things like that, which it's fine, but I think they do it a bit too much. Like with Arthas in Warcraft 3 and into World of Warcraft and so on. And I'm not going to go to specifics to people watching haven't played it, but people who played it might know what I'm understand sort of what I'm getting at.
We require more minerals.
It's like, I appreciate characters being fleshed out and being like given more complicated backstories and all that, but I think you do have to also balance it with sometimes just keeping characters simple. Sometimes I like having a bad guy just be the bad guy because they're the bad guy. You don't really need a deeper meaning than that. It may be simple, but I think it also reduces, like, I don't know, moral issues with it, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, I understand. I think Starcraft 2 wasn't really successful because it was planned to, like, replace Starcraft 1 for competitive play, but it didn't pick up the amount of popularity to really do that, so... Arcturus is a great bad guy. Yeah, I think he was... I really don't remember specifics. I mean, he's a, you know, build up as a bad guy in this sort of a, well, ends justify the means, and who cares what I do as long as I achieve my goals. So. Again, though, I think the main reason why I never really got into it is because of the time between releases. Or the fact that they were releasing it in like 3 parts in the first place. It's just like, It's like when they were doing episodic releases of the Telltale games and so on. The idea was like shorter development time for faster release of like parts, but it didn't often end up being that way, from what I remember. Telltale games kind of stuck to it. Even then, there was a few hiccups in between releases. Like, I guess I prefer to wait a longer time for a more complete thing in one bulk thing, rather than have something strung out over a few months and having to pay like a little bit for each part of it. Did pick up single player popularity when Activision refused to run standards that not many people play multiplayer. Let's see. I need a... You know what? I need another hatchery. I've only got one.
Evolution complete. You require more minerals.
Oh, right. Yeah, that. I did like the gameplay of Starcraft 2. The factions have interesting units, and they have some neat abilities between them. Let's see, what is there? Terran bunkers can drop into the ground, so you can make a wall out of them, and then you can drop them when you need to leave your base. Or is that the supply depots? It might be the supply depots. One of the two. Depots, not bunkers. Right. So, yeah, that's neat. You can make a wall using the supply depots, which I believe was a common tactic in multiplayer games anyway. Like using houses in Age of Empires 2 to make it harder to attack your towers and so on. There was Demolishers, which is a new infantry unit. They have grenade launchers, which are good against, I think, buildings or maybe light vehicles, maybe groups of infantry. You didn't have fire bats anymore. You had the Marines. They could get upgraded with shields to increase their durability. I think there was medics still. There was siege tanks, of course. I don't remember if there was Goliaths. It might have been something else. But the campaign, yeah, had a lot of custom units in it. Medivacs, medic and dropship. Right, yes, they combined them into one.
Spawn more overlords.
Let's see. Zerg had an upgrade for Zerglings called Banelings, which turns them into rolling suicide bombers. They're pretty neat. Hydralisks, I think, are pretty much the same. Queens have extra abilities which allow you to get, like, more larvae on your hatcheries. Overlords can drop creep in an area around them to help with expansion early on. Oh, what else is there? I don't remember whether Mutalisks were there still. They might have been. Guardians might have been there as well. I don't know about Devourers. Protoss had new units as well. I think they had Zealots, they had the Dragoons.
We require more minerals.
The big thing I remember is that they had the thing called this thing called a colossus, which is a big four-legged vehicle which is able to step up and down these cliffs, and it's got a heat laser on it, which it's good for dealing with groups of cheap infantry, because it sweeps across them and deals damage to a whole bunch of them. Very War of the Worlds-esque. We haven't played as a Protoss yet in this, so more specifics about it won't make a lot of sense for people who don't have experience with the game. Archons, I think, were pretty much the same. I think they had some different aircraft. As I said, it's been ages since I played it, so I really don't remember. Oh, hey! There's a Reaver. You haven't seen those yet. I think they still had Reavers in Starcraft 2. Reavers are a slow-moving siege weapon. They construct Reaver scarabs in them, and the scarabs get fired out and hit a building and explode. Muters, no Guardians, just Vipers. Okay, no Dragoons. Oh, really? Shuttle Immortal Colossus. Okay. Don't remember the Immortal. There's other units we haven't seen in the Zerg campaign yet, which you do get. I think you get. I should stop guessing. I clearly don't remember well enough. Sorry. You lot. I want you to go and explore. It's like a Dragoon, fires only on ground, resists hard attacks. Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, it's got like the hard shield, which is good against it's good against like shield, like siege tank shots. But it's weak against like small arms fire, because it doesn't activate the shield. That's right. Yeah, there's some interesting unit ideas in StarCraft 2. They're played fine. That was in the first version, they nerfed it later on. Oh, really? Okay. Wasn't that like the defining feature of it? That's weird. What, did they make the shield just like effective, just the same against anything? Because I remember the thing was that it was like, if you tried to hit it with really strong abilities, then it would deal much less damage. But if you like hit it with, again, like Marines, you do a lot more damage. Now it gets some extra shield on an ability. Oh, okay. And I'm just talking from a Wings of Liberty perspective. I'm not even considering any like additions or changes they might have made to the game or the rosters in the Heart of the Swarm and Legacy of the Void. because last time I played it was before either of those were out, really. Okay, let's get you. And we'll get you. Come on, Guardians. They're slow. There's an acid shot. Yeah, it deals good damage. If you have like 12 of them. They're very good against buildings. Though, you need to provide an escort because they can't attack air on their own. They can only attack ground. Oh, I need the Queen's Nest. No, not you. Go over here. Have a look. Oh yeah, the Protoss also had the mothership, which was a big spinny flying, well, mothership. I think it was like a carrier, did it? Was it able to like spit out small small aircraft?
The hive cluster is under attack.
Oh. And it had a big laser which it could destroy ground targets with. Nice circling bait. Yeah, that was totally intended. I wasn't just sending my Zerg things out at one at a time, hoping that they'd be able to kill it. I have a good plan. I had a comment today on one of my YouTube videos that someone was saying, it's a good video, it's nice to see you playing this, but you're frustrating to watch. Because of the tactics I use. I guess it was for Diablo. This Diablo mod I played a while back. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't particularly care about like min-maxing my character and all that, so I will struggle through it, and I can be rather single-minded about things, and I'll push through, even if it takes a while. There's other people who can play these games much better than I can, so don't watch if you want to see professional play. You think I'd like Armies of Mexico? Oh, right, then. You mentioned that a few times. I need to have a look at the, what's it called? Myth games by Bungie. Those look interesting. I don't think they're available anywhere, though. They're not for free, either. Not like Marathon. What other strategy games do I have that I should play? I want to get War of the Ring working at some point. I showed off Force Commander. Galactic Battlegrounds I want to play through, but that's hard. Age of Empires 2 also, but that's difficult too. When I say difficult, it means more like... I understand that if I wanted to finish the levels, if I do something wrong, I might have to replay the level. Which I have had to do in the past. Personally, I'm fine with that. It just means that progress will be quite slow, because I might devote like an hour and a half to a mission, then have to restart. And... This is how some old games are. Unless I make like saves periodically and all that. Which, you know, you can do that too. Tension rather drops out, I guess, but no, well. Oops. Gross. No.
Require more minerals.
Myth 2 was among the first commercial native games on Linux. Oh, okay. I watched Mandalore's videos on them a while back. They seem neat, though kind of a pain to get running. Unless the process has been updated since his video. Because it's like you're playing the first game, which is actually rebuilt in the second game. So you have a bunch of settings to make it as close to the second game as you can. Or as close to the first game as you can. And Myth 2, the game that would delete your entire HD hard drive instead of just a game. Yes. Yes, it was. And they had to do a big recall of the game. Or they chose to do a huge recall of the game from all the stores just so they could patch it and re-release it, which ended up causing problems for the company and for the development of Halo, which came afterwards. Very big of them to choose to do that. Because of course there wasn't internet around at the time to the degree that people would be able to just like get an automatic update for the game. You'd have to wait for a patch and download it. Know about the fact that you could download it from their website and all. Kind of the reason why I'm playing this on version 1.0, because often I would just install it from the CD and play it as was, rather than go hunting through all of my CDs for the patches. Pity the intern in charge of destroying all the CDs. I wonder what they did with them all. And the boxes. Because they would have been all packaged with the manuals and all that. Unpackage them, repackage them? Or would they just, like, throw out the boxes and repackage them? Because it might have been easier. There could be a landfill somewhere filled up with copies of Myth 2. Which are perfectly fine, unless you try to uninstall the game. And then it becomes a huge problem, because it decides to delete everything off your hard drive. the noise a parasite makes, I believe, is the same sound used in Jedi Knight, Dark Forces 2. I think it is... Oh man, I'm not sure. Using something? Picking up something? Is it your flashlight? Or your, like, light enhancing goggles or something like that? Or is it for, like, getting an objective update? One of the neat things for Starcraft on its release was for their strategy games, Starcraft came out after Warcraft 2. And compared to Warcraft 2, the amount of variety between the three factions in Starcraft was incredible. Warcraft 2, I like it. It looks really nice, but the humans and the orcs basically played the same except for a few abilities and upgrades here and there. Which can make a fair amount of difference, but, you know, mechanically they're quite similar. With Starcraft, there's a lot more difference between the factions. There's still parallels between them to a degree, but... like, the more major mechanics of the factions are different. It's like, oh, wow, you're getting like 3 wholly different factions in one game. Aside from even like Age of Empires 2, where you got a bunch of factions, like, how many in the base game? Like 8 or something? And they all use the same base, it's just more the abilities which they have different between them. And some unique units here and there. Hey, we could get adrenal glands. Faster Zergling attack speed. You're over there guarding a bunch of crystals. More crystals over there. Guess we could expand our base over to there. We did get rid of the enemies over there. Shouldn't be enemies on your trip over there. I guess we'll... well, okay. Good thing I checked. Oh. Oh. Silly me. There isn't a ramp up there. Okay. Nope. Guess we could go over here. That is... Oh. No, we can't go over there. That too is a rocky outcrop with no platform leading up to it. So much for all of my plans. What else can we get? That's about it, really. There's more units which we could get later on, but not now. Broodlings will be very useful against those dragoons. Okay, the upgrade to the Greater Spire. Which, the main feature of it is that it allows us to upgrade our Mutalisks to Guardians. Which we'll do, but we'll get some extra Mutalisks first. Oh, that's depleted. So you get your Mutalisks, you get enough resources, and then you click Guardian aspect, and they turn into these floating cocoons. And after a little while, they'll turn into a beautiful butterfly. No, wait. The Mutalisk will decide it didn't want to be vertical, it wants to be horizontal. So it spreads out and turns into a crab because everything ends up evolving into it. There we go. You can actually see their faces on them as well. Like right there.
Yes, Cerebrate? I'm listening.
Don't actually know if they've got their observers around here. Hey, just walking into my base like you own it. That was my building. My sunken colony. Yeah, look at it. It's just a hole in the ground. Another neat thing in Starcraft 2 is that the pathing for swarms of Zerglings is really good. And seeing a whole carpet of them moving through an enemy base is quite something. And they increase the numbers of them which you'd use as well. You don't just use like a group of 12 of them like in this. You can have groups of like, I think up to like 40 or something. And have an upgrade which gives them little wings. I think it just makes them move faster. They don't actually fly, luckily. Okay, let's see. We've got those over there. No, not you. Oh, hello. What? No, I don't want you. Good. Guardians are useful against infantry. Still deal a fair amount of damage. Got a slow attack though. And they do lag behind your mutalisks, so. Be sure to protect them. Their slow speed is made even more frustrating in Brood Wars because you get another unit which is an anti-air one, and I think it's the same speed as a Mutalisk, if not faster, which is nice, but but defending your Guardians, not really. Oh, nothing over there. Okay. Oh, hang on. Shield battery recharges the shields of nearby Protoss units. Don't know if it recharges the shields of buildings. I don't think so. Okay, let's see. Get some more Zerglings. Get some more Hydralisks.
Our forces are under attack.
Rally point down there. No, one of my guardians. Curse you. I decide to fly so close to them. Is there an island over there? Oh! Yep. I remember. Okay. Whoop. Sorry. Again, my mouse isn't locked to the screen, so if I click out, it will lose focus of the game and it will minimize. Yes, there's something a bit weird with, I think, with like ranged units. Like they can attack further than you'd think, but if you tell them to attack an object, they'll move closer than they need to. Like the mutalisks will basically fly up to something and sit right on top of it, rather than flying to their max distance. Got enough pylons? You goose. You silly sods. You've encased your units in pylons. This is what constructing too many pylons does to a guy. If you constructed too many pylons, reach out to us at our hotline. I mean, look at this. I know I'm slow on the map, but honestly. Silly. Reminds me of Age of Empires 1, where they just end up walling themselves into their base with a wall of towers because the AI doesn't have an idea of base building. It just follows a predetermined, like, build order and just keeps doing that. Leads to the wonderful situation where you can actually end up having the AI dead at the beginning of a match because there's a tree in the way and they can't place the first building. And it's like, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to place my barracks, but I can't. Help. They build dragoons at the barracks, I think, do they? Or they build it... I don't think they build it at the Forge or the Cybernetics Core. Those are for upgrades. The robotics support is for the Reapers. Speaking of which, fields of pylons as far as the eye can see. How lovely. Have to go into a serious deforestation. I don't remember them doing this. It must have been something which was fixed in a later patch. And I'm not upset by my decision not to play patched. Otherwise we wouldn't see this. So dumb. Here, get over here. Let's see, I've got 4. We can fit another one on that, I think. Oh, no, I think we've got enough on it. Okay. Just have to wait for 400 more. Or 200 more Vespin gas.
We require more Vespin gas.
Okay, there we go. 12 Guardians. No, I'm not gonna lose one.
What is it now?
Oh yeah, Kerrigan. She's got a new ability, Psionic Storm.
A bold
Because we did the last mission, she's been able to unlock her full psychic potential. It's a pretty nice ability.
All right.
It deals heavy damage to any unit in that area of effect. Pretty good. Still gotta keep her sitting in the base though, just in case, so she doesn't die. No! Reaver! Help! Ah! My Zerglings. Actually, my Zerglings are there to take the shot. You'll note that, unlike the siege tanks, Reavers have no problem attacking things right next to them with their shots. It doesn't deal damage to them either. Reaver Zealots, it's great. The Reaver shots hurt the Zealots, don't they? They don't. Oh. Okay then. I think I always assumed that they dealt friendly fire. That is really good then. It feels nice to have the Zerglings with their faster attack speed. The tempo is right. They should be going... Okay. There's no path up there. Over here then, I guess. Your life for the tool. Wrong game. Yeah, you mean my life for Pylon. The AI seem to get a little fixated on building them.
Where are you,
Nope.
Tassadar?
Okay, that was all.
Do your underlings always do your fighting for you?
This shall be our battleground, O Queen. Face me here, and I will defeat you myself.
Okay.
What is it now?
We'll wipe out the rest of his base though first. Just cause. There we go. Ah, Guardians. So good.
Evolution complete.
There he is, Tassadar.
Yes, Cerebrate?
Whoop.
An illusion? Are you afraid to face me, Templar?
You're supposed to attack him.
So long as you continue to be so predictable, O Queen, I need not face you at all. You are your own worst enemy.
Lol, get wrecked. They played us like a damn fiddle. Exactly. Fleet of the Executor. Okay. The Culling. Primary Hive Cluster. Planet Char. 1 hour later.
Insufferable Protoss coward. Tassadar cannot evade my wrath forever. I shall find him and cut it.
Kerrigan, Zas is dead.
Oh, it is a pity that Cerebrants cannot truly be killed. I expect that the Overmind will reincarnate him soon.
No, he will not. The Protoss have devised some new attack. An attack powerful enough to nullify our reincarnation and give pause to the Overmind itself.
So, Tassadar's plan was merely a diversion. I should not have underestimated him so.
Without its master, Zas's brood has run amok, and even now threatens the Hive Cluster. Cerebrate, you must eradicate the rampaging brood and stem any further damage it might cause. I shall deal with the Protoss myself.
Okay. Though, we'll leave that one for next time. I think that's a good spot to leave it for tonight for StarCraft. Got a fair few missions underway. They could slow down though because they become more, you know, larger battles against more enemies and so on as it goes through. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll thank you very much for joining. I hope you join me again next time for more StarCraft.